Io ho ricevuto la mail che riguarda l'incontro che c'è a Milano il
Sì,
1° dicembre.
sì. Se vuoi farlo online, comunque, cioè se vuoi, cioè, se hai presenza, perché no? Sei occupato?
Sì,
Tanto
non
come...
riesco neanche a farlo
Non
online.
riesci a fare... Vabbè,
È durante il
faccio-
giorno, è durante la settimana, il 1° dicembre, che cos'è?
Dicembre è
Mercoledì.
no, un venerdì.
Provo.
Esatto. Esatto. È venerdì alle 17, sì, tu sei in lezione.
Oggi è il 24,
Più
più
7.
7.
Sì, la registro e magari faccio il riassunto. Se
No, ma non ci
prendi-
tengo, guardavo se invece era una cosa
Ah,
che...
ma era più il fatto meeting con tutti quanti, perché c'è il discorso della voce che se i ragazzi per fare non fare la tesi, devono scegliere il relatore, e sono tutte quelle dinamiche da scoprire, per cui dipende se uno è disponibile o no.
No. Anzi, hanno pure il meter venerdì prossimo.
Ok, ok.
Quindi no. Sto preparando il meter.
Sì, abbiamo fatto la coda ieri.
Bravo.
Un po' complicato, però ce la facciamo.
Sì. Pronto? Pronto? Sì. No, scuola. Sì, ma ne ho parlato e esiste il diritto di abitazione. No?
Faccio finta. Giuro, ma non perché mi sto facendo benissimo la pagina del camminare. Dove? Non lo so perché sei venuto più vicino. No, è meno il zaino. E cosa è che adesso? No, perché io parlo di scuola di chi? Ah, sì, fuori. Vabbè, non dicevo che non ci vuole il corso. Domani devo accompagnare il mio amico a dei domani non ci sta a fare. Alle 10. Allora dove siete partiti con la macchina? Facciamo in mano. Ti porto la macchina? No, ma io parlo con il tuo perché giusto lui. Allora, io devo mettere
Questo è il nostro studio. Allora,
Bene. Abbiamo fatto il mock-up.
Ma il mock-up o il mock-up del
Il
mock-up?
mock-up del mock-up.
Andate. Okay, so today you can ask some questions about your presentation, especially if you already have done something, you will have questions, and it will make it easier for you. Now, I remember when I was your age, procrastination was my thing. Okay. Now that I work, the thing I hate the most about the people is procrastination. And any professional, any consultant that does any procrastination, he doesn't get the job again. That's how it works now in the real world. Everything has to be fast. So you cannot procrastinate. Let's see. I'm gonna check the slides again. So today we do a bit of slides, a bit of definitions.
Te lascio girare di più, te lo giro.
Lo giro io dopo di là. Voilà. È già partito.
sì.
Sì.
Hello, welcome.
Buongiorno.
Hello. Me too, almost. Does anyone remember which slides we have done already? They're called 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, and so on. I think we did 1.5. So possible. Software key points, gates, and okay, yes. Then let's open 1.6. No, it doesn't exist. It goes to 1.7. No, here it is, 1.6. Ooh, nice chapter, artificial intelligence. Now, I know it's gonna make me sad, but I have to do it. I have to ask you, what do you know about AI? Does anyone know anything about AI?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
If you like something like ChatGPT,
Yeah.
you insert some type of data, and then it sort of
Uses logic, uses reasoning.
to solve it for you, to make it better, to modify it in a certain type of way.
So what's the difference between what they call AI and what they call normal software.
With the software, I think you have to give me instructions in order to him to do anything. And AI, I think, has its own intelligence, so I takes information from Google, from
Okay,
and
that's good. I thought it was gonna be sad, but it made me happy. In the back, is it, did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
So, for example, when we ask Midjourney to draw something specific, with a normal software, you would need a code saying, okay, if the subject is Donald Trump, then take Donald Trump, cut his profile, his image profile from here, and then do, 1 million instructions. And it would probably not cover what people actually ask. No matter how much I want to guess what people are going to ask, they're still going to ask for stuff that I didn't predict. AI does not have a preset of instructions. It will have original, let's call them thoughts, okay? Original thoughts. Which means that when you create an artificial intelligence, you have the basics of how it works, but then the things that the AI does, we don't know them. It's not a code we have written, and unless we really dig into it, unless we dig out the entire thinking process, thinking in quotes, unless we dig out the thinking process, we have no idea how the AI did anything. We didn't teach the AI to do a specific thing. What we did is giving the AI tools. And that's another key thing. The AI will use a database, a large amount of resources to learn first. That's a key aspect. So unless you give AI learning materials, then the AI cannot do anything. Any news from the missing people?
Imagine today will not be here. Sick.
The other ones.
So one entire group is missing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who is your third, Mash?
Yeah.
And who is your third? Okay, and the other group of 3 is missing. Okay, they are making me a bit worried. I know them, and they like to ride on the edge of the grading system and the minimum requirements. But lessons are interesting. I mean, you wouldn't miss my class, right? Okay, now we go through the PDF, and after that, I will take you through YouTube and we are gonna look at AI examples and other fascinating things. Have you ever seen the training?
Yeah.
In a university, I don't remember which one.
You mean here?
No,
No.
it was the open day for Polyglot. No. Yeah, in Brescia, it was in Brescia, and they told us about like it was something like a robot with 4 legs, and they were trying to train it with artificial intelligence. But I don't remember exactly what it was. Something like balance and trying to teach him how to walk and to stuff.
Was it a training in the physical world only, or was there also a virtual training?
I think there was like a different training.
Because when you do training for movements, so for movements, meaning, for example, the AI has to pilot a robot or has to pilot a car, something physical. There is always the problem that in the physical world, you can do so many tries only, and the failures can be only so much destructive. So if you want to train a robot how to do a backflip, you have to be prepared to see your robot fail the backflip, and you're definitely not gonna do 15 billion backflips a second as a training. You're gonna do less. 15 an hour is probably good, considering the amount of braking. Are you familiar with Boston Dynamics? Atlas, big dog from Boston Dynamics. Have you ever seen one of the dog robots walking? Yeah. Have you ever seen a robot with human resemblance, with human form walking? It was probably Atlas that you saw. Have you ever seen a robot do backflips?
No.
Okay, then you haven't seen Atlas.
No.
Atlas from Boston Dynamics can backflip. And it's been in the making for more than 10 years now. I remember even when YouTube was still, young, we were watching Boston Dynamics do these incredible sci-fi things. Now, another competitor is going to be Tesla. So we want to make a robot as well with AI. Have you seen the launch of the rocket?
Yeah, the one like I saw like a post of people plotting against it. They said that we cannot go to the space because there's a atom on the Earth, and that's why sort of people. Yeah. That's the only thing I saw.
No, okay. Saturday, last Saturday,
Yeah.
SpaceX launched the rocket.
Yeah, one of you is, but then it's sort of like the test or something from the rocket itself.
Yeah.
I think that's the moment that I see.
Okay. It's very smoky.
Yeah.
Go into that, into things. Be curious.
Yeah.
The rocket they launched is the prototype that should take people to Mars. And, well, that's a big thing. People on Mars is a big thing. Bigger than people on Earth. It's a completely different challenge. It's the biggest rocket ever made, 112 meters height. That's basically the Crystal Palace height. So imagine making the Crystal Palace take off. The diameter is 9 meters. So it's a bit thinner, but still, it's like a Crystal Palace. And they blew up. Very nice explosion. Go watch it. All right. And by the way, the plan of SpaceX, once the rockets work, is to have 2 or 3 flights a day so that Mars can have a colony of 1 million people in a short time. The payload of one of those rockets is 90 tons, something like that. 90 tons, that's a lot of people and food and equipment and everything. Especially with 3 flights a day, you can send a lot of people.
How much time does it take to go to Mars?
Yeah, you should know, you guys are in the space era. 2 or 3 months, depending how close is Mars. So it's not always at the same distance. No. Sometimes we are on opposite sides of the sun, and sometimes we are in a good position. Of course, we don't depart when we are the closest, but we depart so that the time we arrive, Mars will be the closest. In fact, Earth is also going to move, so it's a different story. But the starting point and the ending point are the shortest, considering that both move. So, how Google decides which search results to show up? How?
Algorithm.
Okay, what's written in the algorithm?
Your,
Specifically, what does it
your
say?
previous research.
Yes, personal previous searches.
Age, gender,
Okay,
geographical position.
and one thing the most, the base of the search engine of Google. Like, how will it decide whether a result, they show us a page of results, okay, there are 10 results. The software, the algorithm, will have to decide whether to remove one of the results because no one clicks them, or keep a result because most of the people click those. So that's exactly how it works. It learns from us, from every user, it learns whether the result was relevant or not, by simply checking whether we clicked it or not. It's not necessarily artificial intelligence. It can easily be done with normal software, and that's how it was done at the beginning. And I was there 3,000 years ago when Google was invented. I was invented before Google. They invented Google after me. So how Amazon chooses which product to recommend? Yeah, same story. They learn from the behavior of other users. How Netflix picks movie and Spotify selects songs for you. Yep, same story. They learn from us. How Facebook decide which update and Twitter which tweets to show you, which is now called X. Twitter is X now. LinkedIn, which job to show, dating websites, which match to make, autocorrectors and Face ID authenticators work, and so on. How health devices tell you how you are, how Google Navigator tell you where you will go next. Now, remember that in the world of softwares, unless you are dealing with really nice people and really nice developers, the objective is not to give you the best service. The objective is to make the most money. Often these things go together somehow. You get the most money when you give the best service. Not necessarily though, okay? Remember that 99% of the time, they go for the money. Luckily, 50% of the time, money equals customer happiness. How health devices tell you how you are. How Google Navigator tell you where you will go next. I have that. Artificial intelligence, machine learning. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are very specific words. So when you say machine learning, you're not simply saying that machine learns. You're really saying that there must be a neural network behind it. Neural network meaning that the software behaves like a brain. And the examples above, they're not necessarily machine learning and artificial intelligence. As data becomes larger and larger, machines become smarter and smarter. Whoever controls AI will control the world. It's a quote from Dune. Whoever controls the spies, too old for you guys. I'm quoting the Bible, basically. Demystify artificial intelligence. Try to make a clear and easy way to approach it. Appreciate the state of the art and the short-term evolution of AI. Get a high level and still theoretical sound understanding of AI algorithms, nothing to do with music, a sound understanding, a solid understanding. Identify existing business applications of AI, understand the ethical issues related to AI. They're becoming a lot, ethical issues. A software and hardware machine built to imitate, replicate, complement, power, substitute a human intelligence, or compete, chess. For some specific tasks, narrow AI. For any task, learning from other tasks, artificial general intelligence. The term AI was introduced by John McCarthy and Marvin Minsky in 1956 during the Dartmouth project. Imagine, they still had no calculation power, no transistors, but they already had artificial intelligence. Okay, artificial intelligence hype cycle. The history of AI saw many ups and downs. The AI winters measure of all the lights he reports. Today we are in the high price part of the curve. In fact, let's, yeah, well, the slides are better, yes. Concurrency of big data, processing power, and algorithms power. Are we going to live another through of disillusionment? While AI can do wonder in specific tasks like facial recognition, AI cannot use the knowledge and experience earned in one area to use it in a different area. That's so far, although I have already seen talks, like speeches. They gave a dissertation about the fact that the speech, all the learning that ChatGPT did on speech, text, verbal communication, it can actually be used also for animals. They're attempting now to understand the language of animals using AI that was trained on humans, which is the only way, because you're not gonna ask a dolphin to train the AI. You're not gonna have a dictionary for it. The only real way to do it is to use our knowledge from this field, from this area, into another different, not so different area. It's a gray area. Okay, while AI can do wonder, in addition to that, AI does not have common sense, the feature that helps human to exclude unrealistic possibilities. Now, 1 second. This is if we take a person with a lot of common sense, because common sense is not a human thing. It's a human gift that some people. And during my renovation of the house, I can guarantee you common sense is uncommon. I should show you the hole they made in the roof for the wiring of the solar panels. Human brain has certain features and abilities that computers cannot replicate. The Emperor's New Mind, Sir Roger Penrose, Nobel Physics 2020. Yes, that's been said a lot throughout time. They also said man will never fly. It will take 100 engineers, 1 million years to calculate the wings. This is an original quote. 100 engineers, 1 million years. And the Wright brothers, that took the first flight, they were flying 2 weeks after that statement in the New York Times. Probably that guy didn't have much of a career after that. Then someone said, just after the internet was invented, oh, the internet is just a fashion that will pass very soon. And now we see human brain has certain features and abilities that computers cannot replicate. Boy, that's really false now. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Artificial intelligence has certain features and ability that humans cannot replicate. And that was 3 years ago. ChatGPT is soon to be 1 year old. There are mathematical truths that cannot be proved using mathematical axioms and rules. Okay. Hard to prove that. Intelligence, what's in a name? There is something more than natural intelligence that is difficult to explain, but you recognize it when you see it. So there is something more in natural intelligence that is difficult to explain, but you recognize it when you see it. I agree that there is something more in natural intelligence, for those who have it, natural intelligence. And it's difficult to explain, totally. There are still some things that are yet to be explained. For example, how brains are connected with each other. The hive mind. There are traces, there are sorts of proofs of existence of the hive mind. For animals, humans. And yeah, very hard to define. Hopefully in my lifetime, we will know more because I'm curious. But saying that you recognize it when you see it, not nowadays. Nowadays, you cannot tell the difference between an AI doing something and a person doing something, unless you're an expert at it. But nowadays, you will be fooled. It will fool you. Especially the voice replication and face replication, even live. It will fool you. Dystopia, utopia. With artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon, Elon Musk. He loves that stuff. He thinks we are in a simulation. The development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Yes, just like the, what was it called? The crossbow. Crossbow? Balestra? Yeah, that was supposed to wipe out the human race. That weapon is too strong. A kid can kill 3 strong soldiers with one shot. Nations without even training was the atomic bomb of the Middle Ages, okay? But it didn't. Huh? Still, no one is using it for anything of that sort. Same for the atomic bomb. Okay, Americans did it, but they're special. They're not a reference. Nick Bostrom, superintelligence. We are so small and weak, imagine how easy life would be if we had an owl who could help us build our nest, theming and control. Once human level intelligence is achieved, superhuman level intelligence is inevitable. The first super intelligent machine is the last invention that man need ever make. Our final invention, James Barrett. Very apocalyptic, good headlines that sell newspapers. AI, we are doomed. What's it called the movie? Terminator. Skynet is coming, the Terminator. They sell a lot of newspapers. My concerns: human agency and confidence, computer glitches, bias. Given everything you know, what do you advise me to do? I advise you to go with John with an 87% probability of being more satisfied with him in the long run. Same job of the grandma. AI takeover. It's better than what you would have figured out for yourself. Just do what the AI says. Stephen Wolfram, the great computer scientist and physicist. See, another doomsday scenario, the dystopia where people look at the phone and the AI tells them what to do. It didn't happen. We all have ChatGPT. It's beautiful, but our life goes on the way it was going before. Although it's true, there is all the knowledge and wisdom of the world, and we can talk to it. We can talk to the wisdom. We don't need to search for it. We talk to it. Yet, our life goes on as it's supposed to go. No dystopia, no apocalypse. Approaches to AI. Symbolism. Try to replicate the human intelligence, knowledge, and logic. Evolutionism. The survival of the fittest. Bayesianism. The use of probability, statistics, and... Okay, we really need to look at some AI before we continue, otherwise I'm going to bore you to death. We need to make this thing a bit exciting now. Let's see. There is this guy, 1 minute papers. Believe it or not, he sounds more excited than me about this stuff. In fact, about anything that he talks about. He's super excited. And 2 minutes paper, not 1 minute, 2 minutes. Voila, OpenAI plays hide and seek and breaks the game. This is 4 years ago. Remember? ChatGPT is a speech artificial intelligence based on OpenAI. Okay, so the structure, the base of ChatGPT is OpenAI. And OpenAI, you can go read the code, contribute. It's there. It's open. You can make your own things with OpenAI. Someone went to OpenAI and made ChatGPT. And someone here took OpenAI and explored the possibilities for a hide and seek game. And sounds silly because you just made two teams, blue team and red team, play hide and seek. But look at what came out from such a simple, foolish example.
OpenAI built a hide and seek game for the AI agents to play.
Can you hear me well?
Here, I will note that the goal of the project was to pit two AI teams against each other and hopefully see some interesting emergent behaviors.
Should I slow down the talking, or is the speed of the talking fine? Yeah.
And boy, did they do some crazy stuff. The coolest part was that the two teams compete against each other. Whenever one team discovers a new strategy, the other one has to adapt. Kind of like an arms race situation, and it also resembles generative adversarial networks a little. And the results are magnificent, amusing, weird. You'll see in a moment. These agents learn from previous experiences, and to the surprise of no one, for the first few million rounds, we start out with pandemonium. Everyone just running around aimlessly. Without proper strategy and semi-random movements, the seekers are favored and hence win the majority of the games. Nothing to see here. Then,
So the seekers win the majority of the game because with random movements, what happens is that sooner or later they're gonna come across each other. Blue and red team are gonna come across each other, and the game is over when one of these has a line of sight. You just saw it a few times now. The line of sight appears, they lose. One thing he said at the beginning, and he's going to explain again, the block, you can use it to lock the entrance.
over time, the hiders learned to lock out the seekers by blocking the doors off with these boxes and started winning consistently. I think the coolest part about this is that the map was deliberately designed by the OpenAI scientists in a way that the hiders can only succeed through collaboration. They cannot win alone, and hence they are forced to learn to work together, which they did quite well. But then something happened. Did you notice this pointy, doorstop-shaped object? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Well, probably. And not only that, but about 10 million rounds later, the AI
10 million rounds later.
It can be pushed near a wall and be used as a ramp, and ta-da! Got it. The seeker started winning more again. So the wall is now back on the court of the hiders. Can we defend this? If so, how? Well, these resourceful little critters learned that since there is a little time at the start of the game when the seekers are frozen, apparently during this time they cannot see them, so why not just sneak out, steal the ramp, and knock it away from them? Absolutely incredible. Look at those happy eyes as they are carrying that ramp. And you're thinking,
Now, for as long as it's a video game, sort of like, it's fascinating and it's fun to watch. But I want you to imagine, put it in the real world, the physical real world, where one of your robots is guarding the house, let's say. And this robot has AI, is your guard dog. And he comes up with these strategies. He's like Home Alone. You know, he takes tools, he hides things you can't there. It's incredible, and no one taught him that. We should do that movie. Home Alone, but it's a robot.
So let's hear. No, not even close. It gets weirder, much weirder. When playing a different map, the seeker has noticed that it can use the ramp to climb on the top of a box, and this happens. Do you think couch surfing is cool? Give me a break. This is box surfing. And the scientists were quite surprised by this move, as this was one of the first cases where the seeker AI seems to have broken the game.
He's using a glitch in the game.
Is coded in a way that they are able to move around by exerting force on themselves, but there is no additional check whether they are on the floor or not, because who in their right mind would think about that? As a result, something that should never happen does happen here. And we're still not done yet. This paper just keeps on giving. A few 100 million rounds later, the hiders learned to separate all the ramps from the boxes. Dear fellow scholars, this is proper box surfing defense. Then, lock down the remaining tools and build a shelter. Note how well rehearsed and executed this strategy is. There is not a second of time left until the seekers take off. I also love this cheeky move where they set up the shelter right next to the seekers, and I almost feel like they are saying, yeah, see this here? There's not a single thing you can do about it. In a few isolated cases, other interesting behaviors also emerged. For instance, the hiders learned to exploit the system and just chuck the land. After that, the seekers go, what? What just happened? But don't despair, and at this point, I would also recommend that you hold on to your papers, because there was also a crazy case where a seeker also learned to use a similar physics issue and launch himself exactly onto the top of the hiders. Man, what a paper! And we extended and modeled for many other classes too, so expect to see more of these funny experiments in the future. We get to do this for a living, and we are even being paid for this. I can't believe it. In this series, my mission is to showcase beautiful works that light a fire in people. And this is, no doubt, one of those works. Great idea, interesting, unexpected results, crisp presentation. Bravo, Ubelia, love it. So, if you enjoy this,
Yes.
what do you think? Make sure to leave a comment below. Also, if you look at the paper, it contains comparisons to an earlier work we covered about intrinsic motivation, shows how to implement circular promotions for the agents to detect their environment around them, and more. This episode has been
Okay. NVIDIA is doing a lot of great work on the hardware. DALL-E, NVIDIA. I want to find the one about the car that drives around. My God, he's publishing too much. It used to be one video every 2-3 months. Now I think it's 1 year old, the one about the car. If you see it, stop me. Not that one. 3D models. Ray tracing. Yes. think this is it.
A person Dr. Carlos already said, today we are going to see if Waymo's AI can recreate a virtual copy of San Francisco from 2.8 million photos. To be able to do that, they rely on a previous AI-based technique that can take a collection of photos like these and magically create a video.
Okay, so the base of this paper, of this exercise, is this software that can take pictures and make a 3D model. Not a 3D scan, pictures. And this requires, of course, a lot of training. And AI wouldn't know that this is a slide unless it has seen many slides. It cannot know what's behind it. The post is not necessarily a post, it could be a wall, infinite wall behind the post.
Where we can fit these photos. This is what we call a nerve-based technique, and these are truly amazing. Essentially, photos go in, the AI fills in the gaps, and reality comes out.
Probably the future of Google Streets.
Photos, all of which are filled in with high quality synthetic data. So, as you see with these previous methods, great leaps are being made, but one thing stayed more or less the same, and that is the scale of these scenes is not that big. So, scientists at Waymo had a crazy idea, and they said, rendering just a tiny scene is not that useful. We have millions of photos laying around, why not render an entire city like this? So, can Waymo do that? Well, maybe, but that would take Waymo. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I just couldn't resist. Well, let's see what they came up with. Look, these self-driving cars are going around the city. They take photos along their journey, and, well, I have to say that I am a little skeptical here. Have a look at what previous techniques to do with this data set. This is not really usable. So, could Waymo pull this off? Well, hold on to your papers and let's have a look together. My goodness, this is their fully reconstructed 3D neighborhood from these photos.
That's one here.
Wow, that is superb. And don't forget, most of this information is synthetic. That is, filled in by the AI. Does this mean that? Yes. Yes, it does. It means three amazing things. One, we can drive a different path that has not been driven before by these cars and still see the city correctly. Two, we can look at these buildings from viewpoints that we don't have enough information about, and the AI fills in the rest of the details. So cool. But it doesn't end there. No, sir, not even close. Three, here comes my favorite. We can also engage in what they call appearance modulation. Yes, some of the driving took place at night, some during the daytime, so we have information about the change of the light conditions. What does that mean? It means that we can even fuse all this information together and choose the time of day for our virtual scene. That is absolutely amazing. I love it. Yes, of course, not even this technique is perfect. The resolution and the details should definitely be improved over time. Plus, it does well with a stationary city, but with dynamic moving objects, not so much. But do not forget, the original first Earth paper was published just 2 years ago, and it could do
Problem I was telling you about.
Able to rotate these Rubik cubes and then deploy this.
A machine cannot do 1 billion movements per second in the real world, but the software can. So having an environment that can replicate reality well enough means that you can make a robot in the digital world. He will try 1 billion backflips there, and then he will do it in real life.
Software onto a real robot hand, and look, it can use this simulation knowledge, and now it works in the real world too. But Sim to Real has relevance to stationary cars too. Look, Tesla already working on creating virtual worlds and training their cars there. One of the advantages of that is that we can create really unlikely and potentially massive.
Tesla is training the cars, the self-driving cars, in a virtual world. And it creates all sorts of possible risky situations, accidents, because then the car learns what's the best way to react to that. Suppose a huge truck comes across and flips, what does the car do? Do you brake? Do you steer? Do you steer and brake? If it's too late, how do you crash into the truck? Do you crash into the fuel tank of the truck? Do you crash into a tire of the truck? Pedestrian, how do you avoid the pedestrian? And billions of other scenarios every second. See how much the car can learn, even accidents that will never happen in the real world, it knows how to react to that. Because the scenarios that we can feed to the AI are so many that there are probably more than the actual scenarios that the cars will face. And unless you do it this way, you have to learn it the hard way, with dead people, with destroyed vehicles, destroyed urban furniture.
Scenarios, but in this virtual world, the self-driving AI can train itself safely. And when we deploy them into the real world with all this knowledge, it is fantastic to see Waymo possibly what a time to be alive. So, what would you use this for? What do you expect to happen a couple more papers down the line? Please let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What you see here is a report of this exact paper we have talked about, which was made by Weights and Biases. I put a link to it in the description. Make sure to have a look. I think it helps you understand this paper better. Weights and Biases provides tools to track your experiments.
Okay, let's see what else we can. Let's go to more recent ones. Hmm. 40 billion materials, this one on the right. Unreal Engine.
Get 40% off this Black Friday. All annual plans.
Will we play a game? Yes?
Yeah, I have a question, like with the Tesla driving itself. I have to like give a scenario, but without giving the solution. Like let's suppose the track accident it's gonna happen like a million times before my car learns how to react to
Yes.
that situation.
Well, of course, on one side, we can create billions of scenarios. On the other hand, none of them will be exactly the same as real life. But when the Tesla car will have a vehicle crossing its path, it will not be the first time that AI sees a vehicle crossing its path. It's going to be maybe 1 kilometer per hour different, or 1 centimeter further or closer, but the scenario of the truck passing has been run billions and billions of times, and the self-driving car will react to it, and every time in a different way, until it finds really the best way.
So like if they ask me how's your car gonna react when crashing into a track before doing the billion things?
Oh, well, it doesn't happen at that time. It already happened. Even before you buy the car, the AI that they will put in your car has learned that.
Yes, but like before the experiment and like before creating and like making all the research with the AI, if like I was a producer, I wouldn't have the answer.
Okay, so ask me again. I didn't even get the question.
Like, I need to test the car with the AI, otherwise I wouldn't know the answer.
You mean as a
Like I'm giving it
a
to
test
the-
driver,
Yeah.
a
I'm giving-
physical person
Yeah.
will test the car, right? That's what you're saying.
Wait, does it have to be like a physical person
Well,
or with the AI?
I don't know, what's the question?
Like, I don't know the solution or how to avoid or how my car is gonna react to a certain type of accident
That's right.
before making it
Yes,
with the AI a billion times.
yes.
Like, the number of times that it requires.
Yeah, to have a good reaction, yes.
So,
And-
like, before
and
I do
also-
that, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, and also, unless you specifically go and check the training of that car, people don't know how the car is going to react. You would have to go specifically during the training of the AI, you would have to go specifically to those frames, those simulations where that specific thing happened. And you cannot look at all the scenarios because there are too many. It will try to have the pedestrian come in from this way, then this way, and then 2 pedestrians, and then the car like this, and the pedestrian like this, and then the sloping down, sloping up. All the possible scenarios that come to mind, in quotes. So probably you're gonna see that reaction of the car for the first time ever.
Like as a buyer or as a producer?
Both,
Oh, okay.
because the employees, none of them is sitting and watching all the scenarios. They just know that they're running the scenarios. They don't need to watch them.
Okay, so I just know that my car is learning.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen though.
No,
I'm sending a car, but I don't know how it's gonna react to a certain, okay.
that's right.
Okay.
Imagine that your product is those people playing hide and seek. They said they ran 10 million simulations. They last 10 seconds. No one sat there for 500 years to look at the outcomes. But at some point, there are some markers, the AI, when it does the training, there are some markers and you can see, oh, okay, here they won, or here they started winning every time. So you go and see what happened there. And that's when they learn how to lock. Then the AI, the red team, the seekers, they start winning again. You go see what happened there. They were jumping over the fence. And then You know, you just find markers or events and you go see what happened there. You're not gonna be able to see the training, the whole training. Oh, okay, before we start this video, Unreal Engine, it's an engine, it's called engine because it can take your virtual world and give it dynamics of real worlds. It puts physics into the real world. As a video game designer, I put water here and I put a person here. And then I jump into the water. The engine, the video game engine is gonna create the splash in the water. Or my character falls from the balcony and the physics of the body hitting the floor. That's the engine. And now we see what the engine can do with AI. Instead of calculating the matrix multiplications and whatever operation with the matrix or the matrices, and instead of following an algorithm, so if speed is this and elbow is like this, let's see what happens if we throw in AI. We let the AI learn from 1 billion falls from the balcony, and then just use the AI to simulate the fall instead of doing every single calculation every time. Is it going to be better or not? That was the question.
Plus get an extra 10 free videos a month. Yes, we just talked about Unreal Engine 5.2, the popular game development platform approximately a month ago, and now the new 5.3 version is already here. So, what's new here? Can this really be improved so easily? I mean, the previous version put out a clinic in simulating pretty much everything we could think about. In their demo, we could drive a virtual car, and even the tire pressure and compression was simulated, and so much more. And now, 5.3 gives us everything that a wise fellow scholar could ask for. Battery explosions, ray tracing effect, better class simulations, and more. Yummy! First, now, hold on to your papers, fellow scholar, because they now support sparse volume textures. Oh my, yes, this enables us to create or bring in already existing volumetric simulations of small explosions and more. And it also supports open.
Okay. Why is he so excited? You're seeing stuff that was already in the movies 10 years ago, the type of graphics. Yes, but in a movie, when you draw a tornado, then the computers will need 1 week of rendering for that tornado. In a video game, it's different. It has to be live. If I shoot an enemy, he has to blow up there and then, and make the smoke and the fire there and then, from that angle, in that lighting, in that darkness. That's the huge difference.
This is a software library that helps us compress down the immense amount of data that is required for these simulations. Not so long
Compress
ago,
the data.
amazing. Your VBB paper, a variant of this that can cut down the memory footprint of such a simulation by, get this, up to 100x. 100x less memory needed. Wow! And now we can not only create
100 times less memory needed means that a game that requires 100 gigabytes of RAM now requires 1. And let's see it from another point of view. If we have 16 gigabytes of RAM on our PC, we can have a game that would have used 1.6 terabytes of memory. And it makes sense. If you have played games, this is not the graphics you're used to. Clouds, water splashing. Have you ever swam with your character in a lake, in a river? You don't get that. You would have needed 1.6 terabytes of memory instead of 16 gigabytes. But with AI, it's different. Especially because AI is not going to calculate everything. AI is going to show you something from the training by looking at clouds, whereas normally you would have to calculate even behind the cloud. This is a 3D object. It exists there in the world, the real world. If it has a shadow or reflections, you really need the 3D, the entire 3D to be calculated. AI doesn't need that. When the AI creates a drawing of Trump, it doesn't care about the 3D of Trump, it doesn't care what's behind him, behind the image. Only what you're seeing has been rendered.
Or import these simulations, but we also render them. That is light transform. Ray tracing, if you will, something that we talk about all the time here on Tool Universe. Here, we are now with a noisy image, and over time, it clears out. If we don't have time, we can use a noise filtering algorithm to fill the details. This is typically for offline applications here and not for real-time games, but typically for feature movies. But don't forget, real-time ray tracing is also possible, and when it comes to Unreal Engine, we could add everything. They also have a new skeletal editor where I really like. Now, we can also paint the skinny weight right on the body. Okay, but what does that mean? Skinny weight determine the influence of joints and bones on the body and how the body to move and forward and done so much more efficiently directly in Unreal Engine. Processes are all based on the XPPD paper extended position-based dynamics. A legendary NVIDIA paper from 2016 finally made it to the industry and into the hands of millions and millions of users. I am so happy to see this kind of tech transfer happen, and it really shows the world that these papers that we hear about here are real. They get out there in the real world and make it better. Note that they also have an incredible AI-based loss simulator tool that can simulate muscle movements too. These results are truly something else. Wow! They also introduced orthographic rendering to Unreal Engine. This eliminate the distortion that arises from the shape of real camera lenses, leading to a really distinctive look. This is going to be great for not only the architectural visualization project, but for top-down strategy games too. And there is so much more. It added camera rails that makes your in-game cameras move a little more like a real cinematic camera, and these amazing virtual entity production stages can now run with higher resolution and higher frame rates, wide-angle lenses, multi-camera shoots at the same time. Also, something that I don't hear too many people talking about is support for foveated rendering. This is for those virtual reality headsets that can track where you look and create more detailed geometry around that spot and do less work on the parts you are currently not looking at. Something that we talked about almost 400 episodes ago, and now, once again, it is
because it's going to be very hard real soon to distinguish a real video from a fake video. It's not like in my time there is a picture behind the guy and you go, oh, that's fake. It's now a reality that can be rendered live, so the person can bump into the object behind him, the fake object behind him, and it will fall down and spill water. So that's going to be really hard, to distinguish from reality. When they were showing the virtual people, it reminded me of another paper I saw. Usually, when you have your character in the video game and you have to sit, the animation of the sitting is always the same. With AI, your character is not following instructions. It's not doing the same things over and over again. It will have the chair, maybe like this. If I'm here, it's gonna do this. But if I'm here, it's gonna do a completely different animation. And if I'm walking to the chair and another character bumps into me, it's gonna do this, and that's it. So, even more hard to distinguish, because not only our environment looks real, but the behavior of the characters look real. Now let's look at some real life stuff. Boston Dynamics. Atlas, 10 months ago, 2 years ago. Let's go with this one. Okay, this is from the Ninja Warriors or something like that. People have to run through a course, and there is that thing where you jump left and right. It's always at the beginning. It's classic. So they created the Ninja Warrior path for him. It's an American cultural thing. For example, in Italy, they would have showed Atlas making the dough of the pizza and this, and then in the oven. For them, it's the Ninja Warrior path. Okay, it's not a video, it's real. Okay, it's a video. It's not a simulation, it's real. Now, if you didn't know, if I didn't give you the introduction, you just saw the video, you would actually think that a real person did it. And then they created a simulation where the robot is using the movements, the real human movements of a person. Like when you watch a movie and there is a guy who is a robot. Okay, they did what's it called, the scan of the movements of an actor, and then the robot or the monster, whatever, uses the movements of the actor. Remember the thing we saw? There is something unique about the natural movement, natural behavior, natural. But it feels like he's alive. You get that impression that there is something more than just software. There isn't, but you get that feeling, you're like, is it alive? Now I'm gonna show you a very, very old video from Boston Dynamics that got us dreaming about this so much time ago, so long ago. Boston Dynamics, big dog. 13 years ago, look at this, 13 years ago. The sound is because it has a fuel engine with a piston that is making the electricity. They didn't have large batteries, and so they had an engine with fuel making the electricity on the robot. It's like the ancient history, but that's 13 years ago. For military purposes, so they're showing that he's carrying military equipment, heavy stuff. This is to prove that they're not commands. It's reacting to the real world. It has to be unique, original, thought. It cannot be a program. Well, look at that. Doesn't it feel like there is something alive inside it? Look at that. It's like, a person that this look. Look. It's exactly what we would do. Even better, probably. In the snow. Not so good, but still, it's 13 years ago. We're like a person, huh? See the safe training, the whole training, because it's learning. Amazing.
This is tonight's show robotics. Let's meet our first robot. Please welcome from MIT, Sang.
So what does this have to do with our course about data? Okay, designing an AI requires tons of data. data from the real world, digital data if we are talking about pictures. We take pictures of the real world and we feed the pictures. And if your mind is trained well, you can see what AI needs, how AI is fed, how AI learns. You now have a better understanding of how the training happens. It's trial and error, and it's a lot of data. The Midjourney or DALL-E for drawing is using images that come from public results. If you go to Google, supposedly you only see public results that you are legally allowed to view. Not necessarily to use, but at least to view. And this is one of the ethical problems that will come with AI. If AI views the entire cartoon series of, tell me a cartoon series. Tom and Jerry. And then AI makes an episode of Tom and Jerry. How does the copyright work there? Maybe if it's exactly Tom and exactly Jerry, maybe it's easy to legally say, well, no. But what if instead of a cat and a mouse, we put a dog and a squirrel? But the AI learned from Tom and Jerry. So basically, the style of the episodes, the dynamics, the way they fight, all the mood, everything comes from Tom and Jerry. Where is now the copyright? It's not that easy, huh?
Yeah.
And what if a person does the same? I watch all the episodes of Tom and Jerry a million times, then I make my own characters, but Tom and Jerry is the only thing I have ever seen in my life. I haven't seen any other show. I cannot be original outside Tom and Jerry. There is nothing that comes from me. It all comes from Tom and Jerry. So, where is the copyright at that point? Okay, let's take a quick break and then we come back. And let's see who was calling me. Was an Amazon scam. No, do you see that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
We call from Amazon, you can invest this, that.
Yeah, I mean, it was what we were doing the last week.
Yeah?
It's always the same amount or the same amount, like 15 days
Yeah.
or something.
I usually ask them if they have an ethical problem with that, because they know they're scamming people. They usually hang up.
All the cups.
Sai, non importa che tu scegli il destro o il sinistro, sono entrambi uomini normali. Sai, non importa che tu scegli il destro o il sinistro, sono entrambi uomini deliziosi. Tu hai pensato? You're on that one, sir. And you know how to see
Okay, so I will leave it.
Since you're young and have free time, go check out in the field of quantum physics. Are you familiar with the double slit experiment? Oh, get familiar with that. The double slit experiment. And then, once you understand that, you go and look at the particles that can rewrite the past. Yeah. So fascinating.
That was lead like SL.
SLIT, slit, double slit experiment. And then, what's the name of the most recent video I watched? No network. Yeah, I'll tell you next time. The double slit experiment already is interesting because it shows that the observer, the fact that someone is observing reality, makes reality be more real.
Okay.
For example, the photon.
Okay, now was it like something that was shooting photons
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
a circle like this big, and then I don't remember what it was.
It was a video with Dr. Quantum, an cartoony-like thing you watched, yeah. Yeah, that's the first step. The observer collapses the wave function, meaning that the photon is no more a wave, a probability of landing anywhere, but it's a particle. A wave can go through two holes at the same time. Imagine a wave in the water can go through two holes, but a stone cannot, a particle cannot. So if you observe the photon, it's a particle. If you don't observe it, it's a wave. And that implies that physics, the real world, reality, knows whether we are observing or not. And so they went further with the experiment. The real world knows whether we are observing, and it will have, sometimes it will have to change the past. It will have to create a backstory. Because we're observing the outcome, and if we observe it, it will need a backstory, and it will write the backstory. If we don't observe it, there is no backstory. But it's the double slit experiment with the time factor. They put time in the equation. So fascinating. Yeah, and it's not science fiction. It's what physics, what the scientists are working on right now. È quella che ha dentro le fragranze? No. Non so se funziona. Proverò. La prossima volta che bevo un bicchiere d'acqua mi caccio una caramella nel naso. Tipo le ricola. Quelle svizzere, le ricola. Metto una nel naso, bevo.
A me hanno detto che non funziona, cioè
Avrà a che fare anche con la suscettibilità delle persone. So, guess the price. $35. Basta. 90?
Yeah.
She wins. $29.99.
Oh, okay.
It is beautiful. There is no sign of the stamp. It's really nice. The paint job is also good. Probably the kids painted it, had a lot of experience. Ready? Before internet was invented, we all thought that access to information was the reason why some people had no knowledge. For example, you have to hire someone. That someone in front of you is an idiot. He thinks the earth is flat. But you think, well, he didn't have access to information. That doesn't work anymore. The era of information proved that the problem was not access to information. Which means, if you are now in a room of 5, 10 people, 100 people, you will be different if you have knowledge. No one is gonna think, oh yeah, he's gonna learn, he just didn't have access to information, he just didn't have the chance to learn, he doesn't know, nope. If you don't know nowadays, if you don't know, you don't have an excuse. So knowing makes you different. If I apply for a job as a software developer, I cannot say, oh, well, I will learn in the company, I will learn this, I will learn. No, because all the information is out there. I had plenty of time to learn before doing something, before applying to a company, before participating in a project. There is no excuse. If we go to a work meeting about the software we have to make, about anything, if you go there without knowledge, well, that's on you. It's not the professor that didn't teach you, it's not the newspaper that didn't come in the morning, it's not because your parents made you study philosophy and now you're doing botanics. It's on you. And the best thing you can be is a knowledgeable person. It sets you apart so much from the other people. You were not there 3,000 years ago, but I was, and I can tell you what you now think, which is, well, it's on the internet. When I need information, it's there. You think that now. It's so quick. It's like the calculator. Why do I need to learn math if I have the calculator in my pocket? My teachers used to tell me, it's because you're never gonna have the calculator in your pocket. You're not gonna have it always in your pocket. Well, they were wrong. But that was not the point. We learned math for another reason, not because the calculator is not in our pocket. And now you learn things, your passions, you learn because you're waiting for dinner, your mom is cooking dinner, what do? I learn. You do it because this sets you apart from other people. There is really nothing that can do that. It's not the school you went to, the education you had, the background, the culture, the family, nothing. It's only the knowledge. A kid from Senegal may know more than you because he just opened the phone while waiting for dinner to learn something. So set yourself apart. Your brain can learn so many things. And you may have had a bad experience in school. Learning is a trauma for some of them. It can be. I always hated history, for example. I've never had the capability of learning data without understanding. Napoleon invades Italy. Well, there's nothing to understand. You just memorize Napoleon invades Italy. Or at that time, whatever it was, instead of it. So I always hated history. Well, now I enjoy it. I watch documentaries that talk about all the empires and so on. And I learn a lot. You see how they were behaving back then, and it's the same again. Now you understand what's happening now by looking at what happened before. Israel and Palestine. There is 2,000 years of history that keeps repeating itself. So please do that. Take it as a positive experience, the learning. Forget your traumas, forget bad marks, the bad teachers. They're not you, okay? You are a learner. So do that, learn. Especially my classes. All right, so there is, of course, an underlying concept that started AI. Someone thought, okay, what if we do this with a digital system? This computer, what if we make the computer do this? So that it behaves like a brain. Because of course, AI, they didn't put an organic brain in a box and wire it. It's still the same computer, but it behaves differently. So someone thought, okay, what if we made it behave like this?
But you're bringing this notion already massively. And I want you to take a moment to appreciate how crazy it is that brains can do this so effortlessly. I mean, this are also recognizable as space, even though the specific values of each pixel is very different from one image to the next. The particular light-sensitive cells in your eye that are firing when you see this screen are very different from the ones firing when you see this screen. But something in that crazy smart visual cortex of yours resolves these as representing the same idea, while at the same time recognizing other images as their own distinct ideas. But if I told you, hey, sit down and write for me.
This was a very famous set. I recognize those numbers because it was a famous set to test how good was your text recognition, text because numbers and that's text recognition software. And I still remember that we're talking about 20 years ago. But I could have told you, oh yes, even if I saw it on paper, that number is from that set. Incredible how the brain works, huh?
The single number between 0 and 10 telling you what it thinks the digit is, well, the task goes from comically trivial to dauntingly difficult. Unless you've been living under a rock, you can quickly use to motivate the relevance and importance of machine learning and neural networks to the present and the future. But what I want to do here is show you what a neural network actually is, assuming no background.
Those are neurons.
Not as buzzword, but as a piece of math. My hope is just that you come away feeling like the structure itself is motivating, and to feel like you know what it means when you read or hear about a neural network, quote unquote, learning. This video is just going to be devoted to the structure component of that. The following one is going to tackle learning. What we're going to do is put together a neural network that can learn to recognize hand-written digits. This is a somewhat classic example for introducing the topic, and I'm happy to stick with the status quo because at the end of the two videos, I want to point you to a couple of resources where you can learn more and where you can download the code that does this and play with it on your computer. There are many variants of neural networks, and in recent years, there's been sort of a boom in research towards these variants. But in these two introductory videos, you and I are just going to look at the simplest plain vanilla form with no added terms. This is kind of a necessary prerequisite for understanding any of the more powerful modern variants. And trust me, it still has plenty of complexity for us to wrap our minds around. But even in this simplest form, it can learn to recognize handwritten digits, which is a pretty cool thing for a computer to be able to do. And at the same time, you'll see how it does fall short of a couple of hopes that you might have. As the name suggests, neural networks are inspired by the brain. But let's break that down. What are the neurons and in what sense are they linked together? Right now, when I say neuron, all I want you to think about is a thing that holds a number, specifically a number between 0 and 1. It's really not more than that. For example, the network starts with a bunch of neurons corresponding to each of the 28 times 28 pixels of the input image, which is 784 neurons in total. Each one of these holds a number that represents.
You don't see it. Here it says 0.0. Here it says 1.0. And the gray ones are in between. 0.3, 0.2, 0.4. Yeah, I need the neural network to tell me if that's a 4 or not. And so on. Okay? 100%, 1.0, 0%, and everything in between.
It's the grayscale value of the corresponding pixel, ranging from 0 for black pixels up to 1 for white pixels. This number inside the neuron is called its activation. And the image you might have in mind here is that each neuron is lit up when its activation is at high number. So all of these 784 neurons make up the first layer of our network.
Cool, huh?
Now jumping over to the last layer, this has 10 neurons, each representing one of the digits. The activation in these neurons, again, some number.
That's special. The person that came up with it was special. He said, okay, let's make a matrix. In this case, the thing to solve is an image of a number. But then we put them all in a line. These are all starting points. Every point is a starting point of the neural network. And there are 784. At the end, there are only, where's the 9? Well, 10 outputs. And these are all the possible paths. And then we have to find a way so that the path will be decided. We have to land here with the 9. All right, let's continue.
This between 0 and 1 represents how much the system thinks that a given image corresponds with a given digit. There's also a couple layers in between called the hidden layers, which for the time
Input, output, we know them, and hidden layers. We don't see them.
In this network, I chose 2 hidden layers, each one with 16 neurons. And admittedly, that's kind of an arbitrary choice. To be honest, I chose 2 layers based on how I want to order the structure, just a moment. And 16, well, that was just a nice number to get on the screen. In practice, there is a lot of room for experiment with a specific structure layer. The way the network operates, activations into one layer determine the activations of the next layer. But of course, the hard of the network, as the information processing comes down to exactly how those activations from one layer bring about activations in the next layer. It's meant to be loosely analogous to how in biological groups of neurons, some groups of neurons fire cause certain others to fire. Now, the network I'm showing here has already been trained to recognize digits, and let me show you what I mean by that. It means if you feed it an image, lighting up all 784 neurons on the input layer to witness each pixel in the image, that pattern of activations causes some very specific pattern in the next layer, which causes some pattern in the one after it, which finally gives some pattern in the output layer. And the brightest neuron of that output layer is the network's choice, so to speak, for what digit this image represents. And before jumping into the math of how one layer influences the next, or how training works, let's just talk about a reasonable expecting layered structure like this to behave intelligently. What do we expect? What is the best mode for what those layers are doing? Well, when you or I recognize digits, we piece together various components. A 9 has a loop on top and a line on the way. An 8 also has a loop on top, but it's paired with another loop down below. A 4 basically breaks down into 3 specific lines, things like that. Now, in a perfect world, we might hope that each neuron in the second to last layer corresponds with one of these subcomponents. That anytime you feed in an image with, say, a loop up top, like a 9 or 8, there's some specific neuron whose activations can be most important. And I don't mean this specific group of pixels. The hope would be that any generally loopy pattern towards the top sets off this neuron. That way, going from the third layer to the last one just requires learning which combination of subcomponents corresponds to which digits. Of course, that just kicks the problem down the road, because how would you recognize these subcomponents where you learn what the right subcomponents should be? I still haven't even talked about how one layer influences the next, but run with me on this one for a moment. Recognizing the loop can also break down into subproblems. One reasonable way to do this would be to first recognize the various little edges that make it up. Similarly, a long line, like the kind you might see in digits 1, 4, or 7, well, that's really just a long edge, or maybe you can do it as a certain pattern of several smaller edges. So maybe our hope is that each neuron in the second layer of the network corresponds with the various relevant little edges. Maybe when an image like this one comes in, it lights up all the neurons associated with around 8 to 10 specific little edges, which in turn lights up the neurons associated with the upper loop and a long vertical line. And those light up the neuron associated with the line. Whether or not this is what our final network actually does.
Is keeping something that is physical. These connections are just bunches of and or. So this pixel and 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 it's one. And when creating the connections and learning, what the AI is going to do is going to throw in and or XOR randomly until one works. So I can, all these lines, I can decide that, okay, when this and this and this, then fire up this neuron. Next layer, this and this and this and this will fire up this neuron. This and this and this. That's why there are more layers, because at this stage, maybe we find out that there is a loop. So remember, these are the pixels. Somewhere here there is a loop for the 8. The lower part of the 8 has one loop. The upper part of the 8 has one loop. So this and this and this, they will create 1, 2, 3, which means there is a loop. And then 1, 2, 3, which means there is a loop. The same thing here and here. In the second layer, we recognize that this and this and this, and this and this and this means 2 loops. Next layer. Okay, 2 loops, this, and something else is not there. Maybe the 3 is almost closed, or the 8 is a bit open. So some more specific details and so on. Fact is, we don't know. The AI will just throw in and or XOR NAND until it works. That's why it requires millions, 10 millions, billions of trials. It will keep throwing in and or. And at some point, it works. It will recognize the 99% of the time. And so, it will memorize, it will remember this structure. It will remember where it was put, the AND, the OR, XOR, and so on. So that it will work for any number.
This is another question, one that I'll come back to once we see how training happens. But this is a hope that we might have, a sort of goal with the layered structure. Moreover, you can imagine how being able to detect edges and patterns like this would be really useful for other image recognition tasks. And even beyond image recognition, there are all sorts of intelligent things you might want to do that break down into layers of abstraction. Parsing speech, for example, involves taking raw audio and picking out distinct sounds, which combine to make certain syllables, which combine to form words, which combine to make up phrases and more abstract thoughts, etc. But getting back to how any of this actually works, picture yourself right now designing how exactly the activations in one layer might determine the activations in the next. The goal is to have some mechanism that could conceivably combine pixels into edges, or edges into patterns, or patterns into digits. And to zoom in on one specific example, let's say the hope is for one particular neuron in the second layer to pick up on whether or not the image has an edge in this region here. The question at hand is, what parameters should the network have? What dials and knobs should we be able to tweak so that it's expressive enough to potentially capture this pattern, or any other pixel pattern, or the pattern of several edges we may remove, and other such things? What we'll do is assign a weight to each one of the connections between our neuron and the neurons from the first layer. These weights are just numbers. Then, take all those activations from the first layer and compute their weight itself according to these weights. I find it helpful to think of these weights as being organized into a little grid of their own. And I'm going to use green pixels to indicate positive weights and red pixels to indicate negative weights, where the brightness of that pixel is some loose depiction of the weight's value. Now, if we make the weights associated with almost all of the pixels 0, except for some positive weights in this region that we care about, then the weight itself of all the pixel values really just amounts to adding up the values of the pixel just in the region that we care about. And if you really wanted to pick up on whether there's an edge here, what you might do is have some negative weights associated with the surrounding pixels. Then the sum is largest when those middle pixels are bright, but the surrounding pixels are dark. When you compute a weight itself like this, you might come out with any number. But for this network, what we want is for activations to be some value between 0 and 1. So a common thing to do is to pump this weight itself into some function that squishes the real number line into the range between 0 and 1. And a common function that does this is called the sigmoid function, also known as a logistic curve. Basically, very negative inputs that goes to 0, very positive inputs that goes to 1, and it just steadily increases around the input 0. So the activation of the neuron here is basically a measure of how positive the relevant weighted sum is. But maybe it's not that you want the neuron to light up when the weighted sum is bigger than 0. Maybe you only want it to be active when the sum is bigger than, say, 10. That is, you want some bias for it to be inactive. What we'll do then is just add in some other number, like negative 10, to this weighted sum before plugging it into the sigmoid squishification function. That additional number is called the bias. So the weights tell you what pixel pattern this neuron in the set of layers is. And the bias tells you how high how the weighted sum needs to be before the neuron starts getting fully active. And that is just one neuron. Every other neuron in this layer is going to be connected to all 784 pixel neurons from the first layer. And each one of those 784 connections has its own weight associated with it. Also, each one has some bias, some other number that you add on to the weighted sum before switching it to the signal. And that's a lot to think about. With this hidden layer of 16 neurons, that's a total of 784 times 16 weights along with 16 biases. And all that is just the connections from the first layer to the second. The connections between the other layers also have a bunch of weights and biases associated with them. All said and done, this network has almost exactly 13,000 total weights and biases. 13,000 knobs and dials that can be tweaked and turned to make this network behave in different ways. So when we talk about learning, what that's referring to is getting the computer to find the valid setting for all of these many numbers so that it'll actually solve the problem at hand. One thought experiment that is at once fun and kind of horrifying is to imagine sitting down and setting all of these weights and biases by hand, purposely tweaking the numbers so that the second layer picks up on edges, the third layer picks up on patterns, etc. I personally find this satisfying rather than just leaving the network as a full black box. Because when the network doesn't perform the way you anticipate, if you build up a little bit of a relationship with what those weights and biases actually mean, you have a starting place for experimenting with how to change the structure of proof. Or when the network does work, but not for the reasons you might expect, digging into what the weights and biases are doing is a good way to challenge your assumptions, really expose the full space of possible solutions.
Here to upgrade your network for your evolving business, our built-in AI-powered search feature really navigates you to helpful configuration and not-to information that lets everyone at the IT team contribute. Deliver great networking experiences for all your end users and IoT devices with HPE.
By the way, the actual function here is a little cumbersome to write down. So let me show you a more notationally compact way that these connections are represented. This is how you see that you choose to read out more about their own networks. Organize all of the activations from one layer into a column as a vector. Then organize all of the weights as a matrix, where each row of that matrix corresponds to the connections between one layer and a particular neuron in the next layer. What that means is that taking the weighted sum of the activations in the first layer according to these weights corresponds to one of the terms in the matrix vector product of everything we have on
Vector
top.
product.
By the way, so much of machine learning just comes down to having a good grasp of linear algebra. So for any of you who want a nice visual understanding of matrices and what matrix vector multiplication means, take a look at the series I did on linear algebra, especially chapter 3. Back to our expression, instead of talking about adding a bias to each one of these values independently, we represent it by organizing all those biases into a vector and adding the entire vector to the previous matrix vector product. Then as a final step, I'll wrap a signaling around the outside. And what that's supposed to represent is that you're going to apply the signaling function to each specific component of the resulting vector inside. So once you write down this weight matrix and these vectors as their own symbols, you can communicate the full transition of activations from one layer to the next in an extremely tightly little expression. And this makes the relevant code go a lot simpler and a lot faster, since many libraries optimize the heck out of matrix multiplication. Remember how earlier I said these neurons are simply things that hold numbers? Well, of course, the specific numbers that they hold depends on the image you feed in. So it's actually more accurate to think of each neuron as a function, one that takes in the outputs of all of the neurons in the previous layer and spits out a number between 0 and 1. Really, the entire network is just a function, one that takes in 784 numbers as an input and spits out 10 numbers as an output. It's an absurdly complicated function, one that involves 13,000 parameters in the forms of these weights and biases that pick up on certain patterns, and which involve iterating many matrix vector products and sigmoid switchification functions. But it's just a function nonetheless. And in a way, it's kind of reassuring that it looks complicated. I mean, if there were any bracelet where what hope would we have that it could take on the challenge of recognizing digits?
Okay,
That's
Now-
something I'll link in this video. So
I'm
these
gonna
are
do the
one
same
thing
thing,
we should quickly figure out is this.
but with the pens.
As I understand it, early networks use this to squish the relative weighted sum into that interval between 0 and 1. You know, kind of motivated by this bylaw.
Exactly.
But relatively.
You said exactly. Someone's talking.
ReLU seems to be much easier to train.
And ReLU. Okay, let's try and explain that in a more friendly way. Remember, we had a number here, and then we had weights on the lines. This is the mathematical model, not the physical model, the mathematical model. And now, let's say that the weight between these two is 1. And the weight between these two is 1. Whereas, let's change color. The weight between these two is half, and as well as this half. And let's go back to this 1. Oh no, we already had half there. Back. Okay, let's stop here for now. So, when is this dot going to have the highest value? Well, it's going to have the highest value when this and this have a high value, because the high value is multiplied by the weight. So it turns out that this will turn on if these two are turned on. And this is going to be turned on a bit less. It's going to be gray. Okay, it's going to be a maybe. This is going to have the line from this one, which is also maybe, but not from this one. So instead of this, we may have this. It's maybe. In the next layer, this pattern with the weights will create another pattern. This is completely black. It's going to contribute a lot to turn on this neuron. This is 1/4, but there is a lot of weight. So it will also contribute to this neuron. And so on. You see how it's working? And this pattern is our number. Remember, we have the pixels. And to draw a 1, we're using these pixels. We put them in a row. So this is a black pixel, this is a white pixel. To go to the next layer, we follow these arrows. So again, if there is a lot of weight on this path and this path, it's like saying and. When this and this, then this. With all the possible combinations. You said there are 14,000 lines. That's not the combinations. With 4 lines, you already have 10, 15 combinations. With 20 lines, it's a lot more than 20 combinations, right? So the number of combinations tells us how many different paths we can take.
So supposing that there are 10 trillion, means that it's basically able to recognize 10 trillion ways to write the numbers from 0 to 9. It would be hard to find a different way. The number of pixels is also limited. And see, these pixels, they're not black, so they're not going to fire anything. Even if the weight is 1, between this and this, well, it's not lit. It's not going to give me anything. But this and this are going to give me a bit. The weight is 0.5. And the interesting thing is that this concept has not been upgraded yet. If we want to recognize a sound, well, they draw the sound so they can turn it into a picture. And then the picture is turned into a row of neurons. Because somehow our data has to turn into dots, pixels, that are black, white, gray, whatever value they throw in here. So there is no other way but turning the data into an image, pixels, in a grayscale. Because it's either white, black, or a grayscale. And that's everything there is to it. The neural network, when it starts, all these lines have no weight, nothing. All the neurons have no value, nothing. But then we start throwing in stuff. And training after training after training, the neural network, by randomly trying, will realize, oh, okay, let's put weight 1 here, weight half here, and so on. When creating a neural network, usually the tools you have are how many layers and how many neurons per layer. There is a nice app, I used to play with it. You draw a stick figure or kind of robot with lines and dots. And then you decide the layers and the neurons, the layer. And on the phone, it will start walking and learning how to walk, depending on the neural network we created. But it's a game. I think it was called. We searched for it before the end of the class. It's fun. You can try it. I'm sure they also made more because this is already 10 years old. There's definitely more to play around with neural networks. And so, yeah, there's really nothing else for it. All the rest is a lot of training and raw power. I want to find a video where you can visually see the training. Training an unbeatable AI in Trackmania. Anyone plays Trackmania? It's from my time.
Each of these cars is controlled by an artificial intelligence in a racing game Trackmania. And this is...
Okay, Trackmania, there is a track, a car, you race against other people.
Okay.
Very simple. So they took that game and they tried to create an AI pilot.
avoid an error. The longer it trains, the better it gets. With enough training, it should be able to find the best lines perfectly. It will be on better. At least that's the theory. Action.
What you just saw at the top was left, right, gas, brake. Those are the only 4 things that the AI can do. Those are the outputs. The inputs are what it's seeing, not literally what it's seeing. They probably transformed it into coordinates, or maybe it is what it's seeing. Why not? We have so much power now; it can process images easily. Considering that an image is 1 megabyte, whereas the position and the turn is just a bunch of numbers. Okay, it's not 1 megabyte, it's not 1 million bytes, but still, probably it trained with the image. Why not?
I already tried to build such an AI several times, and it couldn't try it. I've had this game for years, and it wasn't enough to beat me. Still, I think it has some potential. So last 6 months ago, I decided to give this project one last chance, and to offer the AI.
See, all the attempts, all the possibilities.
Much better than we had expected. But start with this very simple track. Better visuals on the actors. The AI uses something called.
In the game, you can create your own track.
Some kind of mathematical tool which roughly models how brain works.
But you know it perfectly now, right?
Uses a few numbers which describe what's happening in the game. In response, it outputs new numbers specifying the action to
Accelerator steer, forward back, positive, negative, or forward back. The other one, positive, negative, on the side. 2 neurons at the end.
That's the tricky part. For this, I'm using a method called reinforcement curve. Here's
the carrot and the stick.
The carrot starts from scratch with 0 prior knowledge about anything. So at first, its decisions are quite random, but for every action it takes, it's rewarded. Then
the reward, the carrot.
The faster the AI progresses along the track, the higher the reward. So with each new attempt, the AI explores the game and gathers data from it. Now the idea of brain learning is to use this data to progressively tweak the neural network in a way that reinforces actions leading to more reward. Actually, all the curves I'm showing are controlled by slightly different versions of the neural network, and they represent states of AI has learned. Each new attempt, yeah.
So of course, these will have less reward than these. The next time the AI is going to create a new generation of cars. And to create the new generation, to create the new 1,000 cars, is going to use the data of these 10 cars that did well. It's going to tweak these 10 cars and make a slight variation of them. It's not going to use these. And that's why in the video you will probably hear talking about generations. Because when you do the next set of training, you just take a part of the whole, and from that part, you shuffle it like the DNA, like the parents, you shuffle the characteristics, and you get a new generation, and this new generation will try again. And from those 1,000, again, you select 10, and you try again, and again, and again.
It's trying actions based on some of his current knowledge. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes not. But whatever happens, the AI can use this fresh knowledge to update its decision process. And it's through this trial and error that the AI gradually learns the game all by itself until it has mastered it. At least that's the theory. In practice, it's been a real nightmare to get this thing working properly. Let's go back a few months in this project. These were the AI's first decent attempts and data tracking, compared with my purpose of that. It wasn't my first time ever in deep learning, and the AI seemed to pretty much understand what it had to do, but it would often get stuck in suboptimal strategy, unable to come up with anything better. In particular, the AI loved to get the worst, and in a way, it makes sense. When the AI decides to smash into the wall at full speed, it actually creates more rewards than shit. And it's only later that it turns out to be a bad decision. Such conflict between short and long-term reward is one of the main things that makes reinforcement learning difficult to get right. Observe the AI being aware of things, it's tricky to figure out where the problem lies.
You see the problem he was talking about? There is a turn, but if the car goes straight, it will get a lot of reward because it will be ahead of all the other cars until it hits. But before it hits, it's the most rewarded one. It's ahead of all the other cars. So this mistake comes from the trainer. I am training the AI wrong. So maybe a pilot knows that there is kind of an ideal path that you can draw. Okay, I don't drive the track, but I see the track. I can draw the ideal path approximately. And maybe that was a better idea. First draw the ideal path and reward the cars that are closest to the ideal path. In this training, there is no ideal path. There is just the winner is ahead of the other ones. That's it. If I give an ideal path, I'm already constraining them to get that behavior. Within that sort of behavior, there is room for improvement, of course. As you saw, even in that scenario, it doesn't have only one solution to have the car, one car ahead of the other cars. There is not just one solution, but thousands, millions. The same with the ideal path. It doesn't mean that they will all follow that. They will try to follow it as fast as they can. So let's see what happened to him.
Maybe there is a perfect code, or maybe it's the method itself. Is the real thing not clear enough? I couldn't train it too long to see. But I don't know, it could be that the AI doesn't see enough to repeat the word. And did I configure the log macros appropriately? Should I try different algorithms and start adding code? No matter what you do, you are into sales. Let's check out the comments on my last video. I might find some ad that, oh, maybe it's because the AI can't break. No, that I'm sure is not the issue, but for the rest, where it's hard to know. So, like my AI, I enter the trial and error loop of guessing what to fix, to really into training, and better. It didn't. It won't process, especially because the training process needs to run for a long time before producing any results. It's hard to learn on your own from scratch. An AI like this usually needs to gather a lot of data to even begin to understand what's happening. So each time I want to test an idea, I need to let this training session run many hours on my laptop before getting any useful feedback. That's why I went back to this project with such a simple track and without making the break. Every simplification of the decision space tends to make the program easier and quicker to solve, and I found it easier to progress this way. And eventually, as the days passed, all these efforts started to pay off. After many small adjustments in my code, the AI finally stopped hitting the walls. closer and closer to my time. And finally, it happened. This was a debate. Straight out of the start of this project, I have finally trained AI that I would probably never be able to face. And I have to admit, after playing this game for so many years, it was a strange feeling to be outmatched like that by a computer program. But this drug is quite simplistic. It was time to challenge the AI. Last year, I spent a few hours trying to get a good time with this. I then trained the AI with the same time, without much success. Now it's time to try again and see if the AI can get its revenge.
See, the ideal path is this. So the first generation is teaching.
The training method remains the same as the first try. The main difference lies in the observation inputs the AI gets from drugs. Just like in the first track, the AI gets a few parametrics, such as its current speed. It also gets its position relative to the road center line. But in this track, the road layout is no longer repetitive. The AI must anticipate the upcoming turns. So I added new inputs to encode the map path for the next 3 corners. To make the video easier to follow, I'm only showing the attempts from the starting line. But in reality, the AI regularly slows anywhere on the map during its training. This prevents it from focusing too much on the first turns. Here's an overview of the first 5 hours of training. As in the first filters, this looks more promising than last, but it is not much progress, and never exists for long. At least for now. One thing that surprised me is that the AI takes most of those very inside. It appears that the game's physics are slightly more complex around its edges. For this reason, I had to include a few more inputs to make sure the AI understood everything that was going on. Adding these 2 inputs gives the full orientation. It puts indicate which point contact the road and whether they are sliding.
They didn't know whether the car was in contact because it was not amongst the data until then. So they didn't have even a concept of being on the road or not.
It's completely just here from last year, finishing on 13 seconds behind the personal best, and it continued to complete the map of subsequent tests. It was becoming very consistent. But could it also drive faster?
The record is 4:45. Catching up. Oh, 34 hours of training, or 33.
Yes. After playing this game for 35 hours, the AI was already faster than me this time. But I wasn't ready to give up yet. Now it was my turn to train. This time I will try with the brake. Braking doesn't have a huge advantage in this now. Still, it makes it possible to drift, which can save a few tenths of a second here and there. This time, I was able to finish the map in 4 minutes or 6. Of course, this gives me an unfair advantage over AI, since I don't allow it to break it. But I was still curious to see how close to get to this new goal. Well, not only did the AI at this new time, but it wasn't even close, more than 5 seconds ahead. Now it seems it was time to admit the superiority of the AI in this track. But only in this track, right? Well, I tested the AI on another map where I had never tried before, and it was quite good. I also tried making a new world to that, this new context. But overall, as continued trust, the AI is less precise, it makes mistakes, and sometimes it just gets completely confused, especially when it's approaching a long straight line for some reason. All this stuff relates to the question of generalization. There would be much more to say on this. Tested a whole bunch of other things like modifying the browser face, adding obstacles, even changing the cost physics, but let's forget all that for now. I prefer to return to the training now, because even there is something about this AI that doesn't fully convince me. Of course, I agree, the AI completely pushed me in this time. But does it really drive faster than me? I mean, my personal best run contains quite a few mistakes. Just to me, it's super hard to get through these 230 corners at a good pace without failing. The AI, on the other hand, is extremely consistent, and I think that's what makes it so strong in this kind of entrance now. However, if I focus on just one part of the map until I try a road with no errors that I'm fully satisfied with, will the AI still be faster than me?
He doesn't want to lose, huh?
Where I am facing here, and if it meets me here, then I'm different than this. This time, the AI is a bit once. It's becoming clear that without brakes, the AI is badly disadvantaged. So far, I've always disabled the brake of the AI, making things to get much more complicated to understand faster. I was afraid to make AI training too complex. Maybe I was wrong. Anyway, I think it's now time to make the AI. Here's the plan. I'm going to retrain the AI on the long map with the brake available. Then I will compare this new AI with my best run on the short map. This will be our final job, and to determine once and for all which of us is driving faster. This the AI is now slightly faster than before. But for some reason, it doesn't drift. That's a surprise at first. Just out of curiosity, I also tried to train it with the brake in the first try. The result is the same. It's faster, but it doesn't drift. So I'm not sure drifting is useful on the first track. I'm pretty confident it saves time in the other maps. And yes, AI chose not to drift. Actually, a few rare cases.
Yeah.
I'd be quite surprised if anyone can beat the AI. If you want to try it for yourself, the game is free and this tracks in.
Okay.
Now, let's bring this back to the real world and real applications for you guys. So we saw that the data that we use in a database to make interfaces is a job that we are doing as humans. We create an interface. Process-based is better, as you said. And when you, for example, create an advertisement, the data is your customers, the age they have, the taste they have, the fact that it's Christmas and then they should buy more because it's Christmas, the fact that they are from Brescia and not from a third world country or city. You put all this data together and at the end, you create an ad. This is the ad advertisement. And you're gonna put a beautiful lady. How does a beautiful lady look like? Definitely like this.
Without eyes.
Yes. And then you're gonna put a button here that says try the product. And here you're gonna put something that says wow with a certain font. And then 2 months later, the head of the company calls you and says, oh, we're not selling much. What the hell is going on? And so you say, okay, wait, let's try and remove wow, because there is a war in Israel and wow is offending someone from Israel. I'm just throwing giant theories. And when you change it, then the boss calls again, oh, hey, now it's working. And then you realize it had nothing to do with that. The problem was that the guy doing the shipping was an idiot and he was fired, and there was a better guy doing the shipping. It was just a coincidence, and all this work he did of changing doesn't make sense. That's the problem we have as humans when we do, for example, advertisement. We have the data, yes, but at some point the data is corrupted. The boss calling us saying it's a good ad or it's a bad ad, well, that's definitely corrupted data. It doesn't know anything. Maybe if we go and see the Facebook metrics, we have more data that is valuable. How many people clicked it out of 10,000 views? And from my website, I see how much time they spent on my website and how many clicked turned into a purchase. AI can do something very special. AI can create 1,000 different advertisements and see how we react and then change them. Remember the cars you saw? Every time the car goes out, is a customer that didn't buy. So the ad will change. Until all the customers reach the end of the track, which means they read it, they clicked it, they viewed the website, they engaged, they put the product in the cart, and they did a checkout and paid. In fact, AI can change the ad, can change the website, and can do it differently based on every customer. If the AI actually knows that the user is 22 female from Brescia, it will customize that for you. And there are already prototypes of this. If you go to Facebook, for example, you can do 2 different campaigns, and Facebook will tell you which one works better. This was 6, 7 years ago. The alternative campaign. You have two, and one that works better, you try to understand what was working better and you improve it. But AI can do this in the field of advertisement in millions and millions of variations, and they are customized for each user. There isn't one single solution, but there is a best solution for every type of customer. Someone wants to read that the car is extremely powerful. The car I'm selling is extremely powerful. Someone wants to read that it's extremely silent. Someone wants to read that the maintenance is very low because I have to buy 1,000 of them. My company is car rental. I don't give a shit if they're silent. Those things are a given. It's a good car. I don't want maintenance because I multiply the maintenance by 1,000. And my customer that is going to drive the car for 1 day, well, he doesn't care if it's a bit more noisy or a bit less powerful. It's not that. He's going to care about the price. I'm a tourist. I want the car 50 euro a day, and it must be a standard car. It doesn't need to be a Ferrari. It's of course not going to be Ape, or the three-wheeler. It's going to be a Panda, a Cinquecento. Which one am I going to choose? The one with the lowest maintenance. So the AI knows that I have a business of rental, and it's going to show me low maintenance. Okay, I was going to say a woman self-parking. I said it. But it's not more.
Yeah.
It would sell it. Huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Very good. So it's able to do the same thing you saw on the track. It can apply it for every field. So visually remember that the track with the cars falling off, those are sales that didn't happen. And that can be for any other field of application, because that's the concept. The AI will try and try and try and try until it's so perfect that a human is powerless against it. You will buy the damn thing. The advertisement is going to be so good that you are going to buy it. I may not care about this pen, but they put, I don't know, Goku from Dragon Ball in the advertisement. I'm going to buy it for some reason. I don't know. And in fact, even in the production line now, we can put AI. When we produce something, they're not just going to try to sell me this pen. They're going to put the colors of Dragon Ball, the blue and the orange of that cartoon. And it becomes the pen of Dragon Ball. And in production, that data from my purchase is going to go into production, and that pen is going to come out like that for me. And it's going to go into the box with my address on it. We're very, very close to this. There are prototypes out there. The production on demand, Fiat is doing it. You use the configurator, but it's not like someone is going to receive a print of your configuration and it's going to go to the factory and tell him, wait, what color is that? 22? Blue. And remember the seat? No, it's not going to happen like that. I use the car configurator. That data goes to the factory. At some point, the factory is making my car. It's going to look at the database, and in the database it says what color, what seat, and humans are actually receiving instructions. Go pick up the, I don't know, the accessory that looks like this and then put it in. Or the robot is going to put it, but it's from the database out. to the robots, to the people, to the shipping company. And that car, well, if I cannot come up with the car I like, if I cannot come up with the car that I would buy, the AI will. The AI will create my car, my pen, my movie. You saw it now, they can do the deep fakes. Well, what if I like Friends, but I hate Courtney Cox? I want Lady Gaga. Well, the AI is gonna rewrite Friends and put Lady Gaga instead of Courtney Cox. No problem. In fact, it will be able to make Lady Gaga interact with the environment there. Live. I laugh at a joke, the AI will realize I'm laughing. Okay, it's gonna make Lady Gaga break another glass or slap Chandler. Why not? This stuff is coming, and it's all from looking at data from the real world and creating from that data, creating wisdom. The wisdom that I laugh at that type of joke. So the TV would have to listen to me. Maybe he's laughing, okay. But maybe they already are. Spying, breaching, privacy. I'm not a conspiracy guy, I'm just a practical guy. If I made a phone, I would put a backdoor so that I can listen to conversation. Not because I'm curious, I'm not going to listen to 1 billion conversations, okay? I'm going to make wisdom out of it. And, oh, there was actually a video I saw, and you can try yourself. The guy, he kept talking about cat food, dog food, and he started getting ads of cat food and dog food. But he didn't search, he didn't type it in, he only said it. And that's a type of gathering data and making wisdom out of it. They are targeting the ads for him. Not necessarily AI, because cat food, it's just 2 words, okay. Do I have people that pay me to advertise cat food? Yes, I have them. I put their ad. But AI, which is the chapter of today, AI can do so much more. That ad is not only cat food, but it's gonna be maybe my cat on the page. They found it on WhatsApp, supposedly has brands, on Facebook, okay. They put my cat. And they put some from Brescia, they put him, I don't know, next to Spiedo, or Piazza Roggia, I don't know. And I'm gonna be, oh, cool, that brand, and they love Spiedo like me. They're like me. But they're not. It's wisdom from data. This is your generation, by the way. That's coming for you. I'm still gonna be in an environment where this stuff doesn't really happen. I'm selling installation for homes, and my business partners are my age, my customers, my suppliers are all my age. We work on a different level. No, but for you, this is gonna be normal. You're gonna work in a team, and it's going to be mandatory that someone takes care of the AI, that somehow uses AI, because your competition will. My competition doesn't. People that are my age and are competing with me, in my field, they don't use it. people 20 years from now, when you are my age, your competition will use it. And so what do I want you to learn today? I want you to learn that when you talk about AI, when the time comes that you're going to talk about AI, you see those cars falling off, and you see an AI training, learning, targeting millions, billions of times to achieve the goal, whether it's the advertisement, whether it's walking, whether it's making your website more attractive, or let's forget the money, figuring out the weight of an animal just from a picture of it. This was an issue 15 years ago. The website Idea Connection. It's a very nice website. Idea Connection, it's people that bring a problem to the website, and millions of creative people try to find a solution. 15 years ago, this was a problem that was unsolved. Scientists needed to figure out the weight of animals without capturing the animals, for whatever sake they need the weight for. Unsolved until, of course, now. Of course, AI can now tell you the weight of an animal from a picture. Heck, it can give you the 3D of that animal with 2 pictures or 3 pictures. In fact, it can probably guess that that animal should be there with that weight in that place before you take the picture. Have you seen what's it called? It's a competition where a person looks at an image and has to find it on Google Earth. GeoGuessr. Yeah. Have you ever seen AI do that? It's I saw the video. They trained an AI with just a few thousand pictures. So, for example, for Italy, 20 pictures, which means, I don't know, one is from Lombardy, one is from Sicily, and so on. The AI was already better than the human at guessing. Imagine if they fed the entire database of Google Earth. It would guess where you are from a picture of you. You post a picture on Facebook, and there is a background. The AI knows where you are. Exactly. Do we have time for that video? Are we closing up? Oh yeah, it's 5:10, yeah. Let's go see that. AI, geoguessing, whatever, should come up. Oh, okay. I have to get used to the fact that my wife is using this stuff. Notifications that I don't understand. So, AI GeoGuessr. World's best AI versus GeoGuessr Pro. GeoGuessr Pro challenges cracked AI, insane guesses. Is ChatGPT cracked at GeoGuessr 1 month ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago? All right, this one. It's not the same one I saw, it's a more recent one. So probably now the AI is more. After that, remind me to talk to you about Alzheimer.
Get 40% off this Black Friday.
All annual plans have 40%
Remind me
off
to
for
talk
life,
about
plus
Alfaro.
an
I
extra
didn't
10
make
free
that
videos a month
purpose.
every month with this exclusive victory code. Why go slow when you can go pro? Sign up to
awesome videos offer ends November 30th, so for free. Yeah, I hope you want
You know this guy?
before, and I won both times quite easy. But today, I reached out to the students from Stanford University that said they built a genius AI for their class that I would not be able to be. But students by the time they had to be a pro geniuser, at geniuser, or become a genius. Why did I took this AI and quickly take it through your AI that someone else might have something in mind and not say, where we
I watched that one. No, not that you mentioned first.
I would say I'm also cultivate. I switched from completely from scratch to something that's called REST app. We don't model on REST app. So usually it's not the best AI. I guess this is a good transition to Stanford. Okay, so I got this you guys, but just for reference here, what I would know this is Michael. He's going to get his master's in computer science at Stanford. This is Lucas, or Sean Lucas, and he's getting his master's in computer science at Stanford as well. He also did his last year in research focusing on marketing clouds and robustness of computer vision models. And this is Silas, who's a PhD student in AI at Stanford. And this is big. I mean, he's a living video as AI. Where does it stand? Like right now, like what's his average score?
Yeah, so to walk you through the accuracy, we're currently guessing 92% of country strategy and have a median kilometer error of 44 kilometers, which translates to an average score of 4,525.
Alright, so basically you're saying is I have actually experienced something. Unless I like really like investing my mind, I don't see how like this is okay, so what makes it so good? How is it so accurate?
We are basing on the node, which is a large foundational training of the images, and also finding them, adding some of that based on meta learning.
Another thing I think that we both of us know is the world is full of small cells, and we're pretty smart about the way we pick these cells. So they always respect political and natural operators, and then also refine gases within these cells, and then work really large.
So something that's super interesting about AI is that compared to the REST model that Leo mentioned, we're not only using images, but also text. So instead of only training the model on images of the world, we can also find new information about a given part of the world, like average temperature, typical climate, and then add it as text to the model. And it turns out that if the model learns both image and text, it becomes much more accurate to localization. So it turns out I'm better at doing this.
I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. Okay, I think we see this. The tables of turn where it's in AI versus navigate. How long is it building this project? Something that you guys built after my video, or has it been like you guys have been working this for a while?
They worked on it for like 2 months, and then like last fall, after the
It's like a school project, or is it just like a passion project and stuff?
Yeah.
Is there area code? Don't think so. I'm really guessing the thesis should get under here.
Somewhere in Brazil.
Yeah. Oh, you see the overground that it doesn't understand where it is. Like Switzerland, it doesn't understand locating the question. Does this was parts of us? It relates to the south with the mountains. I mean,
I also get the feeling that it's north with respect to here.
And it's 5K, bro. Dude, it's 5K. But I can't, but I just use like that's what or like you got to see right. Like on the right, where you can see like there's water, you can see there's a note like our dimensions, like okay, we know there's water north, so we should point water north. So like line that up, like a distance center.
We're using it to
I didn't see where his guess was on the AI.
So whether it is training on going what's
Let's see the next one.
Okay, let's do one more game. I think it's the insurance here, but let me just see if I can get at least.
Pause it from here.
So I was still guessing. That's going to be the last one can traverse the money. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's it. These different planets. All right, let's try that. Deals. All right, in order to you can't be going right. Germany. Okay, this is not the road.
Okay, well, it actually says where it is, so maybe this is not so relevant.
Know what that sign is, though. Do I know what that sign is? That's why this should be zero on side. slides, compared to the fit, like, oh, that takes best to guess, somewhere it's like, all these different cities here, my team gets stock on SK, it's Munich, so there's not even coverage down there, is there? There might be, I actually should know that's the new street signs, I have a whole video on the street signs, so watch, right, Sweden, South Sweden. Actually,
Okay, for some reason he guessed Sweden right away. Maybe it was the yellow sign. They have them yellow and we don't.
Okay, my team's hedging, that's good. I like this hedge. What's good? Okay, challenge is reversed.
Okay, I think here is where we see the results. He guessed here, AI guessed here, but it was here. So AI was 280 kilometers away, he was 230 kilometers away. And yeah, this is enough. You can see the rest yourself. What's interesting again is the set of data we're using, which are the pictures of reality, nature, roads, and so on. The AI can train well enough to guess where it is. In fact, let's go to some theory. This is just all hypothetical, but follow me. Now, imagine we have this flower, and we have this flower in the picture. That's it. Where is it? Now, for example, the AI might have learned that this flower blooms. Okay, these are the months. This is February, March, April, and it will reach this height here in April. This flower instead reaches this height when the temperature is 25. So he has this other chart where it does this, and this is the height where we are interested. Now, by looking at this, we know that the temperature is 25 degrees and the month is April. Just by comparing the height of these two flowers, we know that we must be in a place where it's 25 degrees in April. Is it going to be Sicily? No. Is it going to be Sweden? No. Is it going to be somewhere in Central Europe? And we only saw two flowers. The AI, after enough training, can see that. If I can see that, an AI can see that. And then we add a third flower. This flower only grows 1,000 meters of altitude and above. And only, let's see, and the color is a function of humidity that year, or a function of humidity that week, that month, and so on. So again, we cross these data, and from the bush, from 1 meter square of flowers and grass, the AI will tell us where that square meter of grass is. A square meter of grass. Why? Just because the clovers, i trifogli, sono insieme alle cicorie e ai papaveri. Siamo qua, E sono qui, non potete andare in Sicilia e trovare trifogli, cicorie e papaveri. Noi lo sappiamo perché viviamo qua, ma lo saprà anche l'intelligenza artificiale. E per tutto il mondo.
Now, Alzheimer. I'm going to show you a very interesting article about Alzheimer. And then we move on to questions for your presentation. Alzheimer, AI, artificial intelligence. Revolutionizing the early detection of Alzheimer's disease through non-invasive biomarkers, the role of artificial intelligence and deep learning. Okay, that's the paper, the research paper. Let's see if someone wrote an article. There we go. What is the article? Huh? I have to pay. Oh, come on, something simple for AI models of disease detection from brain MRI. Ah, there we go. So, Alzheimer is a disease that is related to the brain. And when you scan the brain of someone who has Alzheimer, you can actually tell it apart from a brain that doesn't have Alzheimer. So, March 9, 2023, so this year, a recent study described how a team of researchers developed and validated an artificial intelligence model, specifically a deep learning model to analyze data from brain magnetic resonance, the MRI, la TAC in italiano, to detect Alzheimer's disease. According to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, around 5.8 million people in the US had Alzheimer's disease in 2020. So it's a problem of 5.8 million people in USA. Recently, a research team trained a new model to detect the disease in the largest teaching hospital, blah, blah, blah. They then applied the model to 5 separate data sets. MGH data post-2019, Brigham and Women's Hospital data pre and post-2019, blah, blah. In total, there were 11,000 images from 2,000 unique patients, so approximately 5 images for every patient, at risk of developing Alzheimer's disease, and 26,000 images from 8 unique patients who were not at risk for developing the disease. The researchers aimed to determine whether the model could accurately detect the disease using real-world clinical data. Okay. Alzheimer's disease typically occurs blah, 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 blah. And it was really accurate and blah, blah, blah. And scientists don't know how. This time for real, not as a clickbait. Alzheimer MRI versus healthy brain. Okay. On the left is healthy, and on the right is Alzheimer. And what can we say? Well, there is more black on the outside. Here, the gaps are closed. Can you see how the gaps are thinner, and here the gaps are wider? And this, which is already a gap, here becomes a hole. And this, which is a dot, became a hole which connected to this hole. And this shrank. This became wider. So we can tell the difference between healthy and with Alzheimer. But suppose there is 10 years between them. Can we tell that Alzheimer is coming after 1 month? So 1% of the way. 10 years, 12 months, 120 months. After 1 month, it is 1% of the way. Can we detect 1% change? No, but AI can. AI can now detect early whether someone is getting Alzheimer. And we don't know the markers. We can't find it, especially if you give me another brain, which is different. I cannot tell it because I don't even know how it's supposed to be after. Is this a wide gap? If this doesn't exist, is this a wide gap? Is this wide? Is this wide? It's wide compared to this. But if you only have this, is it? And important, when they trained the AI, they used an existing database. Someone created that data thinking there will be some wisdom about it one day. A patient was scanned every year throughout his Alzheimer process, and healthy brains were compared. In twins, they do this a lot. Twins are very useful for research. It's like having, you know, the copy and the trial. And so at some point, someone said, okay, look, we have a database of Alzheimer patients and brain scans. Let's see what the AI can come up with. And it's no different from the AI that recognizes a number, a voice, a place on Earth. It's just that the training is slightly different, but it's still OpenAI or any other AI. You just give it different images, and the output, the final output, instead of being a city, a coordinate, it's a stage. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, Alzheimer or cancer. In fact, most probably the future of medicine is that at some point we go to a scanner, we will have the MRI of the entire body and a drop of blood, and it will not be specific markers that we will look for. We are not going to look for this specific quantity of iron in the blood. We're not going to look for cholesterol in the blood or lumps in some part of the body. It's going to be AI doing something that we know nothing about. The values of the blood, iron, cholesterol, sugar, they will be neurons in the neural network. And from these values in the blood, we get results that we don't understand, but they are very, very strong results, because only that combination of things can be the result of someone with pancreas cancer. It's very low iron and normal cholesterol, and something that the doctor can't see. The doctor's going to tell you, oh, you have low iron, eat more artichokes. He's not going to see the pattern that the AI can see. So probably that's the future. Maybe you will have a medicine project somehow, something innovative. Well, medicine is going to have a lot of AI. Look at the blood and train the AI with the blood. What kind of database do you need? But a database where we have a match. This is the blood of the guy. This is the disease the guy has. How do we build such a database? Well, hopefully it exists. Hopefully we go to ASST, Azienda Sanitaria Territorium, okay? And they have it. If they don't, as a country, as a governor, as a politician, you say, okay, AI is coming. Now everyone has to go to a blood test every 6 months. And these blood tests, with privacy, whatever, will be connected to the disease he has. For 5 years, we're going to do methodical checkups and have millions and millions and millions of data. In fact, 60 million people times 2 every year, twice a year. With that data, we feed the AI. Now, politicians don't really do that in the end, but hospitals do that. They do statistics like that. They, for example, during the COVID and after the COVID, the vaccines, the excess deaths, the number of deaths for cardiac arrest and so on. They're collecting this data. Okay, at some point this data should be used for an AI that diagnoses anything your body has. And is this still working? Low power, 10%. Recording. Okay. I want to look at one last time. I want to look at the drawing I made earlier, because it's nice to go into the scientific details. So everyone can talk about AI, but you're my students, you have to be better. These neurons, they are values. And it can be whatever you want. The image, this can represent the amount of iron in the blood. From 0 to 1, 0 is 0, and 1 is the highest possible value of blood, of iron. All these, they create connections with the weight. So if this is 1 and this is 1, which next neuron will be fired? It will fire this neuron now. Why? Because this and this have a lot of weight on this. Which neuron will not fire? Well, this, in fact, this will not fire. Fire out. And it's probably very close to what happens in the brain. In the next layer, we have a second interpretation. Remember the 8 we can have these two neurons representing a circle. And this is black and this is 50%. It's because we are looking at the circle. Well, what about a second circle? If there are two circles, then in the next layer we have to interpret that this and this. In fact, let's redraw this. Voila. We put here the number 8. So how do we get number 8? We said these are circles. When this is black and this is white, it's a circle. Well, like this. When this and this, but not this and this, have a strong connection, then this will fire up. Another combination could be like this and like this. So when this and this fire up, then this. Another combination could be 1, 2, 3, 4. When all 4 fire up, then it's number 1. Because this will be the strongest. There will be some probability of this and that. It could be this, it could be that, but here there are 4 strong connections. It's most probably 1. It could have been, but the 1 is the strongest connection. So we are throwing in a bunch of and or with a value. Every layer is a new way of interpreting. It makes for a more complex interpretation. Here I realize that on this layer, I realize that there is a circle and another circle. On this layer, I realize that, well, they are together and there are 2. On the third layer, I realize that this is more of a straight line. So it's a B. This whole concept to have a connection between an input and an output. I look at an image, I look at a series of values, I take a decision. Blood values, I pick a disease. Brain scans, the pixels of the scan of the brain, I pick the stage of Alzheimer's, stage 1 Alzheimer's, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stage of Alzheimer's. I pick the moment when I should turn the car. I pick the correct font for my advertisement, the correct timing, the best age target of my product, the best color. Okay. Presentation. Ask me questions so that you can do a good job and get a good grade. It's like cheating, but it's not. Okay. How do I get a good grade? You ask me and I reply. Very good. First of all, I want to see some good media that improves everyone. So it's not really my quirk. Oh, if the media is good, then I give a good grade. That's what people want to see. They want to be impressed by you. So give me a nice media, a nice image. If you do it by hand, be confident. It can be done by hand, it's fine. I don't suggest to do it by hand. You don't have enough confidence. But okay.
Can it be like a Canva presentation?
What?
Canva presentation.
I don't know what that is.
Like a PowerPoint.
Okay, I'm curious, what's Canva?
It's basically like
Where you can find
that's basically PowerPoint, like a more creative PowerPoint. Something like that.
All right, yeah, sure.
How can we, like, if I want to add a mockup that I can interact with, is it possible for us to do it?
It's not necessary. You can do it. I don't know what to suggest to make it look interactive. But I don't know, maybe if it's a PowerPoint animation, there is a button and then a hand comes, clicks, and the next slide is the result of the click. So it's not interactive, but it's like a movie with frames. We follow that. Why not? Another thing that is nice to see, since you're a team, it would be nice to see all of you talk about something that is close to you. If, for example, one of the team members was really passionate about a certain button, well, he's going to tell me why that button is so special, what he was thinking when he came up with that button. So I want to see all of you talk. Well, I want. If you do, of course, it impresses your audience more. You look like a team. You look like, we need all of you. I'm going to hire the team. Another thing, don't read. Just tell me. It should be something that is in you.
Is the grade like individual or for each group?
Good question. I will tend to give a grade to the team unless I really see that someone needs this specific grade. Otherwise, I will tend to give the grade to the team. You don't need slides other than the mock-up. You can have them, but you don't need them. Or maybe from your point of view, you do need them, I don't know. So if you do, put them. Otherwise, just come with the mock-up and explain it. Before the mock-up, your audience needs to understand your mission. So a brief introduction of what you are doing. What was yours? IKEA, and yours?
Online checking and
okay. Very well. You present the problem. Do you know how to do an elevator pitch, a sales pitch? Not yet? All right, let's look at the sales pitch quickly. Now, a pitch means something you say to convince someone of something. I will pitch you my idea. So you're trying to convince that person that your idea is good. The elevator pitch is a pitch so short that you can do it while you are on the elevator with that person. So by chance, you are in the elevator with Armani, the guy Armani, because you work in the same company, but you know, you are the photocopy guy. But you meet Armani and you have to pitch him your idea in the time the elevator has arrived. And that should be the first thing you tell me. You convince me that your idea is good, and then you go into details. So, for example, you're going to tell me that the check-in, as it is now, it's boring, long, it makes you hate flying or makes you hate the flying company. But with your method, it's so. Let's see this elevator pitch. I hope I find the one I love. It's handwritten. Aha! No, it's not. It looks a bit like it, but it's not. Come on, where is it? Where are you? Let's put template, elevator pitch template. Okay, we will embrace change and find another nice elevator pitch that we like. Let's see this one. Basic elevator pitch template, number 2, number 3. All right. Oh. There are more examples. If I find the one I love, I will send it to you. But in substance, it's this. As any, and here you put your target, as any traveler knows, isn't there a better image of this? Okay, can you still read? Is it fine? Okay. As any traveler knows, you can find a solution for checking in. But if you don't address the time you waste, if you don't address the value of your time, you're not going to make any progress, you're not gonna enjoy your vacation, you're still gonna have stress in your vacation. We offer, and here you say your unique feature, and unique feature 2, to make sure you stay on track with goal 1 and goal 2. That's why company product name, here you throw in your name, your brand. That's why fast check-in, or that's why Speedy Gonzalez check-in has, and you bring some statistics and evidence that is relevant, has 30% less waiting time, 50% more happiness, 90% less stress. Okay, full stop. Popularity, credibility, has been endorsed by the best travelers. We will action to make sure that you are meeting all your goals. So we will speed up your check-in. Download, purchase, start trial. Let's see another one, because they're not all the same. You should find the one that fits you best. Although the one I'm looking for is really good, you can find it. Let's see this one, number 2. Between pain point and pain point, goal is a challenge no one should have to face alone. Okay, so we are talking about a pitch for a team problem, not face alone. I help travelers check in faster, to achieve the goal of checking faster, through a combination of software, great user experience, and ease of use. Not only is it faster, but it's easier. Differentiator 1, differentiator 2. So you can have less stress. Over X customers, so here again the statistics, or the way of convincing someone using the reference. It is called the authority fallacy. Just because this famous person does it, then you should do it too. The authority fallacy. You use it. Over 10,000 customers and Lady Gaga have used, well, that's why they put famous actors in advertisements. Why? Well, because 10,000 people do it, and especially this actor, okay, have achieved this goal with my help, and you can too. CTA, the call to action. Call now. Click now. Download now. It's called the elevator pitch. So I want you to use this. Well, it's better if you use it in your life. Even when presenting yourself, when telling which cat breed you prefer to your wife. Okay, I want a short-haired European. Why? Well, between having barking every night, pain point, and furniture ruined, having a friend in the house, having a pet in the house, is a challenge no one should have to face alone. short-haired European cats help their owners feel happy and in good company, or make them feel loved through a combination of their joyfulness, good manners, because they don't scratch. So I make a pitch to my wife, telling her why we should get this cat instead of that cat. And then on the other side, she doesn't know the secret of the pitch. She's going to say, oh, but that dog had a nice tie. No, I win. I win the argument. I have an entire pitch. I'm going to make a PowerPoint about why that.
Yeah, but the other one is cuter.
Yeah. And in fact, in the end, 2 years ago, we got an orange cat because my wife wanted an orange cat. So one day I surprised her, I got an orange cat. Luckily, it had everything I like in a cat. It's nice, he likes to play, fight. He brings animal into the house, makes my wife scream. So far, countless mice. It goes out in the cornfields to get the mouse. Now it's less because it's winter, but this summer, seriously, every week, 2 or 3 mice. And 3 snakes.
Mine was taking like 3 snakes per day in the house.
There you go. You're also next to the country then. I love that type of cat. Okay, more questions. Of course, you have to be, you have to have an interface that has the things we talked about, process-based and the buttons, nice. The user experience, you must feel it. That user had an experience. Okay, you're worried about this. Because in your case, it has to be as swift as possible. There must be as little as possible, right? Well, that's the experience. It's like it never happened. Okay? So you're not bringing a lot to the table. You're making it so thin and transparent that it's like that experience never existed. So you travel without even remembering that you did the check-in. You're waiting for the coffee to come up and you do the check-in. Or you arrive at the airport and you do the check-in while you read when is your plane. It's a very thin and transparent experience. See, now you're less worried, huh? Of course, in English, and of course, even the buttons, everything in English. Well, let's do some error catching. What if one of you is missing?
The day of the
Yeah. What if one of your partners is missing? What if one of your partners didn't do any work? Is that the case? Are they contributing?
Yeah, she's trying.
Yours is not contributing.
Well, let's just say that we did it yesterday, that we started the mock-up of the mock-up, and she was stuck in traffic, so she couldn't do it, even if she was the one to suggest the timing.
Yeah.
the whole
Okay, help
organizational
her.
problem.
Help her, help you. Don't leave her behind. And then if it really doesn't happen, it's okay. I will realize that, I will take action accordingly. What if the whole group is missing, like today? The third group is missing entirely. Well, in that case, I will give them a second chance the next lesson. If 2 out of 3 are here, we proceed. If 1 out of 3 is here, we don't proceed. Yeah, sounds fine like that. The one that is missing, we will have him do the presentation alone. The team is going to be here, but mostly alone. The team can help, of course. But yeah, he will do it alone. Yeah, that's fair. Now you may think, well, if only one is here, he can do it alone. Yes, but he shouldn't be punished for being the only one here. We should punish the one that was not here. So if one is here, only he can do it the following time and all of that. More error catching. If the group is missing next time and the time after that, well, I'm gonna have to give a, not a fail, but I will look at their work, the presentation, grade that, but with a penalty. That's how real life works. In fact, real life is worse. You see, you present me your idea, and I give you a grade. It's as if I pay you. You do the job, I pay you. In the real world, there is competition. If your idea is not good enough, you get 0. If your website is not convincing enough, they will buy from another website. So it's
an easy environment. You just need to show up to get your payment. Just be there. Oh, it's late. Okay, I pressed end. So hopefully I end the meeting for all.